Good morning, everyone. Welcome y'all here to the Board of Nursing. We're going to do what we usually do. We're going to begin the morning with prayer. I'm going to have Ms. Lacey say a prayer first this morning, and we'll get started.
Absolutely. We bow with you, please. Gracious Father, we humbly bow before your throne this morning, and we ask for wisdom and discernment as we go throughout our day. I thank you for everyone here and all the gifts. Forgive us when we fail you, and continue to show us favor on the mountaintops as well as the valleys. We love you and we praise you, and we give you thanks for everything. In Son's name we pray.
Amen.
Thank you, Lacey. Okay, we're ready. Okay. So the board is made up of 13 members. We've got 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer member. Today we are a 3-member panel. We have 1 that's serving as an alternate that will not participate in the deliberations or the decisions concerning any of these cases. Right now, we'll let the board members introduce themselves. We'll start down there.
Nancy Morris Johnson.
Lacey Gentry, RN.
I'm Jody Clanton, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
And to my right here is the Assistant Attorney General, Mr. Edward Wiggins, that will be presiding over this. And we have Ms. Deanne Salzman, that's the attorney for our board. And we just want to welcome y'all all this morning, and I'll hand it over to Mr. Wiggins.
Well, good morning, everyone. I think the first matter we have before the board this morning is regarding license number R858268, J. Jones.
No, we're here for Miss Elan currently. Delia Elan,
888.
am I saying that correctly? Island, I'm sorry.
Last name is Island.
Yes, sir.
My apologies. License number R888155, Adelia Island. We will proceed this morning as follows. We will begin with opening statements. We will allow each party to present their cases. We'll of course allow for cross-examination of any witnesses. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we will have closing statements. The board will make findings of fact, conclusions of law, and will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be sent to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of this hearing. I'll announce for the record that there is a quorum present. At this time, I'll ask that all witnesses to this proceeding be sworn in.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Remind everyone, these hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Formal rules of evidence do not apply. Okay, and Mr. Welch, you'll be serving as counsel on this island?
Yes.
Welcome. Do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd ask that board exhibits 1 through 19 be marked and entered into evidence today if there's no objection.
Any objection, Mr. Welch?
No.
They are admitted. We'll begin with opening statements. Mr. Welch,
I would reserve mine.
counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are here today for a hearing for the board panel on the suspension and possible revocation of the nursing license of Adelia Island in Mississippi. She was first licensed as a registered nurse in Mississippi on June the 3rd, 2011, has been licensed as a registered nurse in this state since that time. Today, the evidence will show that on or about October the 5th, 2021, she complained of feeling ill while in the pediatrics unit at Baptist, allegedly pulled a Zofran for her own personal use and then told workers she was going to the doctor. But instead of going to the doctor, she next entered the labor and delivery unit medication room and accessed the AccuDose machine for Dilaudid and morphine for an antepartum patient. Surveillance will show that Mrs. Eland took the syringes and placed them in her pocket. Evidence will also show that she went to an empty room and remained there with the syringes for 11 minutes before she returned to the medication room and returned the syringes to the machine. Surveillance will also show that she then left labor and delivery and went back to the pediatric area where she entered an empty room 4049. After she was taken for a drug screen, room 4049 was searched and numerous empty saline syringes and other paraphernalia, including empty saline bags, were found. These reports also show that she was accessing Dilaudid morphine, even though the patients she accessed were vaginal deliveries and would have not had those types of drugs ordered. Specifically today, it's alleged that she violated Mississippi Code Annotated 73-1529 1L and that she engaged in unprofessional conduct. It is alleged that she misappropriated drugs and practiced the profession while under the influence and while being impaired on duty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Would you like to make one at this time?
No.
Counsel for the state, you may proceed.
Yes, the board calls investigator Hashina Jones, please.
You may proceed.
Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment.
Hoshina Jones, Hines County. Place of employment is Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
over 9 years.
And during that time, you participated in investigations resulting in the summary suspension or revocation of licenses?
Yes,
Is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints that are received related to individuals licensed by this board?
yes.
And if you would, please turn to what's been marked as B5 and identify the second document in that exhibit.
Second document is an order of suspension of license.
So was Mrs. Eland's license summary suspended by
Yes,
this board?
yes.
And on what date?
10/25/2021.
And if you would turn to the next page or the next document, I'm sorry, and identify that, please.
Exhibit A, the complaint.
And what is the complaint alleged as the basis for the charge against Mrs. Island?
She engaged in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely the respondent violated Code 3020 Administrative Code, patient 2820, in that respondent was possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self as legally directed.
And after receiving a complaint, what did you do to investigate the allegations?
I drafted a subpoena and sent over to the Baptist Medical Center, Baptist Health System.
And did you
Sure.
obtain statements from
Obtained.
employees at Baptist?
Yes, I obtained statements.
And if you would, turn with me to what has been marked as B9 and identify that document, please.
B9 would be the nurse director statement.
And who is the nurse director at Baptist?
The nurse is Jennifer Williams.
If you would look at the second paragraph, second to the last paragraph, and tell us what Mrs. Williams said happened on October the 5th.
Okay, around 14:45, we reviewed camera footage that showed when Adelia left pediatrics to supposedly go to the doctor. She went to labor and delivery. She went into the medication room at 0755. She accessed the AccuDose for Dilaudid and morphine on a patient. She removed every syringe from the pocket and put them in her pocket and closed the drawer. Adelia then went down the left hallway into an empty area of rooms. She remained there for 11 minutes and came back down the hall into the medication room again. She accessed the same patient and medications, then returned the syringes, canceled the transaction, and closed the drawer. She dropped an item on the floor and picked it back up and placed it in the drawer. But we were unable to identify what the items were. Adelia then went back to the pediatrician and went to room 4049.
When she obtained these statements, did you also review surveillance video?
Yes,
And did it confirm what was in Mrs. Williams' statement?
yes.
And if you would, please turn with us to what has been marked as, I believe it's marked as exhibit B11. And identify that document, please. I believe it's the next to last document in B11.
B11 is a statement,
And who's that statement from?
the nurse manager.
And if you would, go to the next to last paragraph and identify who the nurse manager is and say what she listed in her statement.
Julia Prescott. And she stated around 1445, I met with Brenda Howard, and Rosalind Middleton, and Jennifer Williams to review all the information. When reviewing the camera footage from 0755, it was revealed that Adelia had pulled a bundle of syringes from the AccuDose. She also pulled out a morphine PCA bag and examined and replaced it. She canceled these medications and left the L&D room at 0757. She is seen on camera going into room 4309 or 4310. She returns to the medication room at 0807 and accessed the AccuDose. She once again pulled up, dilaudid, and cancels the medication pool. She is seen on camera dropping an unidentified syringes on the floor and placing it back in the medication bin. She then leaves L&D and walks back to pediatrics.
During your investigation, did you ask or request doctor's orders for this particular prescription?
Yes,
And were there any?
there was no doctor's orders to justify the approvals.
And we're going to go through surveillance in just a moment, but if you would just briefly tell us what you saw on surveillance.
While viewing the surveillance in different areas, I saw the respondent access the AccuDose machine and took several syringes and concealed them in her left sleeve of her jacket, what she was wearing, and back and forth from the AccuDose to a room.
You would turn with me to what's been marked as B12, I believe. And identify that document, please. Or maybe B15, sorry.
This is it's called Pandora here, but it's an AccuDose dispense.
And if you would, please find October the 5th, 2021. And tell us the dates, the times, and what was dispensed. Please don't state the patient's name, but just give the initials for the patient.
Okay. October the 5th, 2021 at 7:55. Respondent dispensed a dilaudid.
And is that hydromorphone, is that dilaudid?
Yes.
Okay.
Then again, she dispensed at 7:55. Again, 40 seconds later. Well, let's do the first one, 7:55, 04 seconds was the first one, a dilaudid that she dispensed. Same date, time, 7:55, 40 seconds, she dispensed another one. At 7:56, in 20 seconds, she dispensed another one, a morphine at that time.
And when you say
PCA.
she, this document does indicate that Ms. Island was the one who dispensed these medications, correct?
Right,
Okay. Go ahead, sorry.
okay, and at 8:08, 23 seconds, respondent dispensed again, dilaudid.
So in a span of approximately 13 minutes, Mrs. Island, for the same patient, dispensed how many prescriptions for either hydromorphone or morphine?
She did 3 dilaudids and 1 morphine.
And when you reviewed surveillance coverage, did it correspond to these times? Did what you
Yes.
see on surveillance coverage correspond to the times and what you just described that was found in the Pandora report,
Yes,
1405?
Yes.
If you would turn with me to what has been introduced, I believe is another statement. B10. And identify that document, please.
Okay, B10 document is the pharmacist of operations at the Baptist Medical System statement.
Okay, and what does he state about, well, tell us what his statement said.
His statement said on Tuesday, 10/5/21, I was notified of a possible controlled substance diversion situation. Kathy Zubatuk and I printed an AccuDose station event by medication report for employee Adelia Rankin. The report included all pockets containing a controlled substance accessed by this employee. Kathy and I removed and quarantined all potentially formulated controlled substance on the report. Upon inspection, it appeared that some of the hydromorphone 2 milligram syringes, hydromorphone 1 milligram syringe, the morphine 4 milligram syringe, and morphine PCA had evidence of tampering for the syringes, the cartridge that's on the syringe. The tampering resisted seals holding the caps were broken, and stoppers at the bottom of some syringes were displaced, potentially indicating product was partially removed. There is an apparent puncture hole into the overlay wrapping and into the seal over the diaphragm of a morphine PCA bag. Our products in question are in tamper-resistant bags and located in the controlled substance area of the pharmacy. A complete list of the quarantine products is listed below. And the items was the lorazepam, the morphine, lorazepam 2 milligram injection, 2 of those, the morphine 4 milligram syringes, 4 of those, the morphine 2 milligram syringes, 4 of those, hydromorphone 1 milligram syringe, 18 of those, and the hydromorphone 2 milligram syringe, 15 of those, and the morphine 50 milligram, 50 mil PCA 3.
Thank you. And lastly, when the investigation was conducted, and I believe there was testimony, a statement earlier that she went back to her room in pediatrics and stayed there for a while. Was that room searched?
Yes, it was.
And was paraphernalia discovered in that room?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Welch, you have any questions for this witness?
No, I do not.
Any question from the board panel for this witness? Anything further from her?
No,
Should she be excused?
she may.
Thank
you. The state calls its next witness, which is Mr. Darrell Russell. He is security guard at Baptist, or in security at Baptist.
You may proceed.
If you would, Mr. Russell, please state your. Can you hear me? You did. Mhm. You've been previously sworn, have you not, Mr. Russell?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would, please state your name for the record.
Darrell Russell,
And what is your position?
Director of Security at Baptist Hospital.
And if you would, we're going to go through the video from October the 5th. And I'd ask that you turn to 7:55 a.m. and just run the board panel through the actions that occurred in that 10-minute time frame.
This video starts at 7:50. Miss 7:51 is when she moves on to the unit. Next thing here, entering onto the unit. This is for Charlie, labor and delivery unit.
Can you speak up just a little bit louder for the court reporter?
This was Miss Lane. She entered the 4 Charlie unit, which is the labor delivery unit. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get the cameras to become full size. They are. Not working out. They're zoomed in. Should be slow. Zoom in. Screens are. Sorry, it's just on this laptop, it's not letting us, the video on the camera is zoomed in, so you're missing all the halls and everything. It's trying to get that control of it. Yeah, that's.
see it up here.
While we're waiting to see that, Mr. Russell, could you tell me what your review of surveillance was?
Excuse me, ma'am.
While we're waiting to view the video, could you tell me what your review of surveillance was for October the 5th related to Mrs. Island?
Yes, what I viewed on the video is at around the 7:51 a.m. that morning. This feeling entered the 40C unit, which is the labor and delivery unit. She brought a large purse or carry bag with her. She come into the unit, she went to a vacant room that at the time was called Room A. That room was empty. She took the bag to that room. She then went to the nursing desk. She went to the med room. After entering the med room, she accessed the drawer cabinet that had approximately five hydromorphone, 2 milligram in it, injection syringes. She removed all 5 of those. She then accessed a PCA bag, examined the bag, then put the bag back in the drawer. Then she went back to the empty room where she stayed approximately 11 minutes. She accessed the med room at 8:06, and she goes back into that room, and she comes back out at 8:06:53, leaving the unit after she returned the hydromorphone, 2 milligram injections back in the drawer, heading to 4B, which is the peds unit, where she was assigned to work. Video will show that she goes into the room at 8:11, room 4049. She was retrieved by her leaders from that room around 9:18 and was taken to do a drug screen. On the video, you'll see the room was secured until it was searched. And then we had in the garbage can inside the restroom of that room were several items which was mentioned in the beginning of the day. Those items were then secured into our securities department and logged.
Mr. Russell, are there still photos of what you just described contained within the file as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And they take you through that timeline from 7:55 to 8:06 a.m. on October the 5th? Thank you. No further questions.
No.
Board panel? Nothing further from this witness?
No, he may be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. You may be excused. business, council?
No, we rest.
Welch?
Pardon me for not understanding fully the member of the proceedings here, but I would prefer, instead of, as the rules of evidence don't apply, I would prefer if my client could just make a statement to the board. I mean, obviously it should be subject to cross-examination, opposed to me standing up and then what happens, if that would be all right with the board.
Quite all right.
Section, please.
Adelia Allen.
What have you done after this day, this incident?
I chose to enter into rehab on October 10th, where I stayed inpatient for 60 days. I completed that inpatient rehab, dealt with some other issues that kind of had led up to this whole misuse of drugs. I'd had a rough go of it. I was in a very dark place when all this happened. I'm not making any excuses for what I did. I know that it was wrong. It was all my decision to do it. And I did not distribute or share, or nobody else was involved with this. It was just me. After my 60-day treatment, I started IOP at Shepherd's Meadows in December, where I finished there in May. I also got an assessment done by board approved assessor Alyssa Killebrew. I sent those documents into the Board of Nursing. I've tried and am trying very hard to change and to work on myself as a nurse. I cared for a lot of patients, and in my opinion, I did that very well, but I did not care for myself. And these last couple of months, I've been caring for myself and working on myself and figuring out what I needed to do to make myself better for my family. I have 3 small children. And I have a husband that has supported me through this whole time. And I continue to go to and see a psychiatrist monthly. I continue to see my therapist weekly. And I would love to still be a nurse in recovery.
Mrs. Allen, when did your addiction begin?
About 2 months before this.
2 months prior to October of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you admit today that you diverted narcotics on October the 5th, 2021 from Baptist Hospital while employed there?
I do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions from the board panel? Did you have any further witnesses, Ms. Welch?
No, sir, I do not.
Ms. Osmond, you have a closing, you can make it at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 731529(1L) provides that the board has the power to suspend or revoke the license of a registered nurse for unprofessional conduct. Today, you've heard evidence of Mrs. Island diverting narcotics from patients for her own use. She admits this. She returned tampered syringes to the medication cabinet. She canceled orders. Coworker statements are also something that you've seen in this record from Baptist, and you've heard evidence about what occurred on October the 5th, 2021. Accordingly, in order to safeguard the life and health, safety of patients and the public, I respectfully request the board panel consider the severity of this offenses committed by Mrs. Allen and take appropriate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Briefly. Heard from Ms. Island, she was in a bad spot. She makes no excuse, she admits what she did wrong. She's taking steps to try to correct that. Her license has been suspended since October. Ask the board to take everything into consideration and make this decision.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Ms. Osmond, is the next licensee prepared to?
Mr. McMullen? Yes, and I'm going to call the same two witnesses for Mr. McMullen.
Okay,
So if we could have maybe a brief recess for 5 minutes, because I saw that one of the witnesses just left. And we could start with Mr. McMullen.
all right, well, what we're gonna do, Mr. Welch, we're gonna go ahead and recess for that. And then the board will look to deliberate on this matter and that one at the same time. So you and your client have a seat in the gallery. If you need to leave and come back, that's fine too. Thank you.
Let me go.
Set a recess for now.
I'm saying is he's gonna act as a counter. Nancy's gonna be their third person since it's all RNs. I told you, I said, as soon as my tires land me back in Jackson, I'll come straight here if y'all still going. I was like, be careful. I will. Just hope I don't end up with cracking eyes. You'll be fine. I was scared I would see you on Friday.
No, you won't be here, remember?
Out yesterday, I was at work. I'll see you the next time, Mr. Edwards.
Mr. McMullen just had to go straight. I think. Literally, this is which freezes that from the laptop, so it's just like.
I have a map for my brother. I'm so old that I have to live everywhere.
We're back. We're back. I don't know the same way the other one did.
Hello, Jeremy. Can you hear us? I think you're still muted.
I can hear you.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. The next matter before the board panel, license number R 900-264, William Mcmullen. So licensee present.
Just speak out loud for the court, please.
I'm sorry, yes.
Just move the microphone over. There you go. Thank you. All right, at this time, I'll ask that the witnesses be sworn in.
Yes.
Mr. McMullen, may I ask you to move that mic a little closer and just speak directly into it, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. McMullen, you're not represented by counsel, is that correct?
Correct.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel? You understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Is your testimony today that you're ready to proceed with this matter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We will begin with opening statements. Each party will have an opportunity to present their argument. We will allow for questioning of witnesses as well as cross-examination. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, closing statements will be allowed. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee. For the record, I'll announce that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Do we have any preliminary matters, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to move to introduce into evidence exhibits B1 through B10, as well as exhibit R1, which are documents submitted by Mr. McMullen.
Mr. McMullen, do you have any objection to those exhibits?
No, sir.
Thank you. They are admitted. We will begin now with opening statements. Ms. Saltzman, you may begin.
Thank you. We're here today for a hearing before the board panel on the suspension and possible revocation of the nursing license of William Mcmullen. Mr. McMullen was first licensed as a registered nurse in Mississippi on June 3rd, 2015, and has been licensed as a registered nurse in the state since that time. Today, the board will hear evidence of Mr. McMullen's diversion of narcotics, including morphine and Dilaudid from Accudose for his personal use while employed at Baptist Hospital. The evidence will show that on or about February the 3rd, 2022, Mr. McMullen violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29, 1L, and that he engaged in unprofessional conduct. Specifically, is alleged that he misappropriated drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. McMullen, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
I do not.
All right, thank you. Counsel, you may proceed.
The board calls investigator Hashina Jones, please.
Yes.
Please state your name, county of residence, and current place of employment.
Oshina Jones, Hines County, employed at the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you been employed at the Board of Nursing?
a little over 9 years.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations resulting in the summary suspension or revocation of licenses?
Yes,
And is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints received related to individuals licensed by this board?
yes.
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B2 and identify that document, please.
B2 is exhibit of William Edward McMullen.
And what does it show about his license?
That his license is a status of it is administrative inactive, single state,
And what type of registration does he have?
RN.
And when was he first licensed?
He was first licensed June the 3rd, 2015.
If you would, please turn to Exhibit B3 and identify that document, please.
B3 is is the license and verification with the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And what's the current status of his license?
Administrative inactive, suspended for details, suspended.
And if you would, please turn to Exhibit B5 and identify that document, please.
B5,
If you would, go to the second page of B5 and identify that document.
B5 is the order of suspending of the license
And on what date was his license suspended?
on the 24th of June, 2022.
And if you would, turn to the next page and identify that document as well.
The next document is the complaint.
Is this a complaint against Mr. McMullen?
Yes.
And what does it say the basis for suspension of his license is?
The charges.
Yeah, just the
Okay,
charges.
in the charge one, and that respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely misappropriation of drugs, supplies, and equipment. Charge two, in that respondent was engaged in unprofessional conduct identified by the board and its rules, possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed.
And are there additional facts listed in this complaint related to what Mr. McMullen allegedly did? Would you summarize those for us, please?
Okay, respondent was employed as an RN at the Baptist Health Center in Jackson, Mississippi. Respondent was viewed on surveillance in the medicine room dispensing narcotics and going to the restroom or the nutrition room. Respondent never entered a patient's room regarding the administration documentation related to the dispense of the narcotics. Respondent admitted in his statement to the board on or about 5/18/2022 to diverting narcotics. Respondent admitted to taking morphine and Dilaudid for personal use on or about 5/18/2022. Respondent was arrested in Flowood, Mississippi for possession of controlled substance.
If you would turn to Exhibit B6 and identify that document, please.
B6 is the statement of William Mcmullen.
And does he admit to diverting medications from Baptist in this statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the dates of his alleged diversions?
So, in the statement is estimated time from September 2021 to February 2022.
Did he sign this statement?
Yes,
And what is the date of this statement?
the date of this statement is 5/18/2022.
And if you would turn to what's been marked Exhibit B9 and identify that document, please.
B9 is a incident report from the Baptist Hospital, from the clinical director.
And without reading it, would you tell me what your investigation showed that Mr. McMullen was doing?
He was pulling at a van, he pulled morphine, Dilaudid, narcotics, and from the dispense machine. So well, on this,
And when he pulled the narcotics from from Accudose or from the machine, did he then go into the patient's rooms to administer those doses?
based on surveillance, there were times where he did not enter the patient's room when he dispensed the narcotics.
And did you have a chance to watch the surveillance?
Yes,
And you received that from Baptist Hospital?
yes.
If you would turn with me to page B7 and identify that document as well.
B7 is a booking record from Rankin County Facility Jail.
And what are the charges here?
There's charges for trafficking, controlled substance and trafficking controlled substance.
And who is listed on this Rankin County report? Who's the defendant?
Mcmullen, William Edward.
And what is the date of this report? The arrest date?
This should be 5/18/2022.
And lastly, if you would turn to what's been marked Exhibit B10 and identify that document, please.
This B10 is what we call a prescription monitoring profile.
So what is a prescription monitoring profile or PMP?
It will have a list of medications or narcotics that one person would receive by a provider.
And
prescriptions.
what's the date range on this PMP?
The date range from this PMP was from February 11th, 2021 to February 11th, 2022.
And per this report, was he legally prescribed any controlled substances?
No.
Thank you. I tender the witness.
Mr. McMullen, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, sir.
Any questions for this witness from the board panel? Unless you have anything further, I think she can be excused.
Shouldn't be excused.
You have another witness, counsel?
Yes. The state calls Daryl Russell, please.
Here.
If you would, state your name and place of employment for the record.
My name is Daryl Russell, Security Director at Mississippi Baptist Medical Center,
And how long have you been employed at Baptist?
30 years.
And did you have an opportunity to review and pull surveillance coverage for Mr. McMullen?
Yes, ma'am.
Case? And did you provide that to the Board of Nursing?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could just briefly summarize what that surveillance showed.
That surveillance will show Mr. McMullen withdrawing from the Acudose or going into the med rooms, receiving morphine injections or hydromorphone. And he would leave the room, med room and go to a bathroom. He would not go to the patient's room. On numerous occasions, he would never go to the patient room the entire shift.
And this is from surveillance coverage that's you viewed from February the 3rd, 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
And during this review of surveillance, you saw him take hydromorphone or dilaudid syringes from the Acudose machine, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you additionally saw him take those with him, either by putting them in his pocket or taking them out. But then he proceeded to a room other than the patient's room, is that correct?
Correct.
And sometimes where did he go?
Most time it was the restrooms. There was 2 restrooms on that unit. And every time he would come out of the med room, he would head to a restroom or a nutrition room.
And as we mentioned before, the surveillance that you pulled, is it a true and correct copy of the surveillance that Baptist had on Mr. McMullen?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's a true and correct copy that you provided to the board
Yes, ma'am.
and is included today as an exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. McMullen, any questions for this witness?
No, sir.
Any questions for this witness from the board panel? I think Mr. Russell can be excused.
Thank you.
Further count.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McMullen, you can share with the board your argument this morning. You may begin.
I fell into the trap of addiction several years ago from a medical condition I have. Doctor was prescribing me a very large quantity. I believe I got into the field of nursing, God put me in this, and if there's I'm willing to do anything that is anything that I need to do in order to possibly keep my license. I tried to get into the voluntary nursing program recently, but because of the disciplinary action on the suspension, they said I wasn't eligible for that, but anything that I mean, I would do whatever I need to do.
Any questions for Mr. McMullen, Ms. Osmond?
Yes, Mr. McMullen, when did your addiction issues begin? What year?
I have ulcerative colitis, and I've had that for about 15 years. The primary care provider that I was seeing 5 or 6 years ago was prescribing Norco, and it started there.
So if I said 2017, 16, 17, would that be an accurate representation of when your Norco addiction began?
Yes, ma'am, roughly.
Have any other addictions before your Norco addiction?
Never.
And tell me about the progression from becoming addicted to Norco in 2017 till now.
For the most of the time, my doctor was prescribing, he would prescribe 90 pills a month. And then he retired, and it kind of put me at a problem there.
So you said that he prescribed 9 pills per month?
90.
90, okay, I'm sorry. So when he retired, what year was that?
It was about last year.
How long was it after he retired that you started diverting medication from Baptist Hospital?
It was many months. I didn't start until around October of last year.
In your statement, you said that you started diverting drugs in September of last year.
Okay,
Do you know what month it was that you started diverting drugs?
It was September.
And when did your doctor retire last year?
I'm not certain of the specific date.
So there's a span of time where you were not diverting drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
After you no longer had access to medication from your prescriber.
Correct.
If you would look with me at Exhibit B10, we referenced it previously. It's your PMP, which is prescriber report. Agree with me that there are no Norco prescriptions on your PMP for last year?
Not sure which one it is, but
It's like this. It's towards the back.
okay. Yeah, that is correct.
So are you obtaining Norco by any other means other than from your physician?
No, ma'am.
Are you currently in any type of treatment program?
Not currently. I was in jail for 6 weeks due to this possession.
When did you get out of jail?
June the 18th, I believe. And that's when I tried to get into the Board of Nursing voluntary program. I'd started the paperwork and doing all the everything that was required for that. And then when my license got suspended, I was notified that I wasn't eligible for that.
So have you done any type of, participated in any type of treatment since June the 18th?
No, ma'am. I was trying for that, and that was, I don't know the exact date when she called.
Are you still using?
No, ma'am.
narcotics?
I have not since before I went to jail. I've not used anything.
So you're representing to the board today that you've just quit cold turkey.
Yeah, I have.
You stated, I believe, in your statement that you were diverting these drugs for personal use, but that you didn't take them while you were at work. Is that correct?
Sorry, that's correct.
Your charge in Rankin County says that it was for trafficking controlled substances. So have you been charged with trafficking controlled substances?
I've been charged. I haven't been convicted. The court date hasn't been set yet.
When is your court date?
It's not set yet. I'm not sure.
What was found in your car in Rankin County that led to you being charged with trafficking of controlled substances?
I had a bottle of Percocet that I purchased in Mexico when I was on a cruise.
What else did you have in your car?
And that's controls. Some
You only had Percocet in your car when you were arrested?
correct.
How much Percocet was it?
I believe it was 59 pills.
And we looked at your PMP previously, so you didn't have a prescription for the Percocet, so you purchased it outside of this country, correct? Do you have a history of depression and anxiety?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on any type of medication for that?
I am Prozac.
And who prescribes that?
The doctor I'm seeing is Dr. Headley.
Prior to your Norco addiction, did you have an alcohol addiction?
No, ma'am.
Have you any other history with substance abuse?
No, ma'am.
How long have you worked as an RN?
7 years.
Have you had any disciplinary actions before this board other than the immediate action that we're here for today?
Nothing.
Have you ever been arrested for any other reason?
Never.
And do you admit that you were diverting drugs from Baptist Hospital in the fall of last year?
Yes, ma'am.
From September of 2021 till February of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Any questions for Mr. McMullen from the board panel?
I got a couple questions for you. First one, you said that you have not received any help since this has transpired. Do you have plans for receiving any help for your addiction?
Yes, I was wanting to see how this went, but I do plan on getting into some type of treatment program.
Or nothing concrete?
Other than the Board of Nursing that was what I was going for, and it was kind of last minute, got canceled.
Second question I have is, so I was flipping through your file and I looked where you received a lot of accommodations for your nursing care in the past that you have rendered. My question and statement is to you, do you think that you actually, with what transpired, that you were actually being a good nurse to that patient that night that you neglected?
That patient, no, ma'am, I was not. I made a mistake, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to fix that mistake.
Because that's not the right care that we want to give. We don't, I'm sure you don't want to be laying in a bed and having a nurse not come take care of you. And you have more than, if you're like any nurse that has ever worked, you have more than one patient, and you neglected several patients that night. And that is not nursing care. And would you, I mean, like I said, would you want for yourself to be in that position or your family member to be in that position?
No, ma'am.
Mr. McMullen, when would you say that your decline started as far as properly rendering patient care secondary to your addiction?
I would say the really only time that I really neglected patient care was the last day that one day that I got the last day I worked. But before that, I was still, in my opinion, giving good patient care as the accommodations were all the way up until my last day of work, just about.
Your last day of work was?
To February. Like February the 4th, 2022.
Because the morphine and Dilaudid discrepancy was on February 3rd. Okay. Yeah, I note in the accommodations, the most recent that I can find was from May the 30th of 2021. So would you say that might have been, or is that just when you quit taking pictures or collecting data on that?
No, ma'am. They would turn those in and we would get them each quarter.
Okay.
So for the last quarter, I knew I had some coming, like for February, but I just didn't, I wasn't there to get them.
Have you ever participated in any NA or AA meetings, Mr. McMullen?
Not official NA meetings. I know I've looked up where there was one, but right now what I was doing with my immediate family, my wife and my support system, we were kind of having impromptu meetings that I wanted to kind of be with them to kind of get it out and talk to them before I started talking to just strangers. I thought it would do better to be talking with them in my support system.
Define your support system other than your wife, please.
My wife, my mother, my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, my sister, both two sisters.
Do you have any history of addiction in your family?
I do. My older sister.
Does she happen to be a nurse as well?
No, ma'am.
Would you describe yourself as an addict?
Yes, ma'am.
You did not see that patient. Was you just assigned only one patient?
No, ma'am. I had 8 patients that night.
Did you see the other 7?
Yes, ma'am.
Pick up just a little bit, please. Anything further from the board, Pam?
Yeah, I have one more question. Why was that one patient left out? Is there a reason? Pick that one?
There wasn't a reason. With 8 patients, sometimes some of the other patients might have been a little louder as far as calling out for stuff. And that patient might not have been calling out. It wasn't anything for that patient specific.
Any follow-up, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
We can begin with closing statements. Ms. Osmond?
To speak at annotated 73-1529. 1L provides that the board has the power to suspend or revoke the license of a registered nurse for unprofessional conduct. Mr. McMullen has admitted not only to diverting Dilaudid morphine in February of this year, but he's also admitted that he's been diverting drugs 1 to 2 times per week since September of 2021. These actions are clearly confirmed through both surveillance records, investigative records of the board, and hospital records. Moreover, he's currently under indictment for trafficking controlled substances in Rankin County. Accordingly, would respectfully request this board panel take the appropriate action against his license to practice nursing in the state of Mississippi in order to safeguard the life and health of patients in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMullen. If you have a closing statement, make it at this time.
I don't have any closing other than what we've already said, I guess.
All right, thank you. Now entertain a motion for the board to go into closed determination as to whether executive session is necessary for deliberation on these two matters.
I make a motion that we go into closed determination session to determine if executive action is needed.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. I entertain a motion for the board to exit to executive session for deliberation on license numbers R 888-155 and license number R 900-264.
I make a motion, we go into executive session for deliberations regarding the stated license numbers.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board panel will now exit to executive session for deliberation on those matters. We will return shortly with decisions in each. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on the record. Entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I make a motion for panel go back into regular session.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R 888155, the board panel renders the following. The license is revoked with drug-related recommendations to include present and future employer notification, evaluation for chemical dependency, substance abuse, psychiatric and psychological evaluation, educational course to include substance abuse. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days. Are there any questions? Hearing none, you may be excused.
It's, the courses and the classes that the board is recommending or ordering, will that be for a period of time to be allowed to be reinstated?
The order will indicate that, but typically within a year of the order being finally executed by the executive director, the licensee will have an opportunity to petition the board for reinstatement. Following deliberation on license number R 900264, the board panel renders the following. Revoked with drug-related recommendations to include present and future employer notification, evaluation for chemical dependency and substance abuse, psychiatric and psychological evaluation, educational course to include substance abuse. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of this hearing. Are there any questions? Hearing none, you may be excused. License number R 872-178. The licensee present.
Yes, sir.
Counsel, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, we're going to call investigator Dwayne Jamison.
All right. Do you have any witnesses?
I do not.
At this time, I'll ask that the witnesses be sworn.
Raise your right hand, please. I solemnly swear
Ms. Donegan, you're not represented by counsel, is that correct?
No, sir.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel? You also understand you have the right to present witnesses on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. I'm
You
sorry.
also understand you have the right to cross-examine witnesses that may testify against you.
Yes, sir.
You further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued on your behalf by the Board of Nursing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And it is.
I'm sorry. I'm nervous.
It's quite all right.
I'm sorry.
And it is your testimony that you're ready to proceed with this matter.
I am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We will begin with opening statements. We will hear arguments from both parties. We will definitely have questioning of the witnesses. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, closing statements will be allowed. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and will enter a decision in the matter. A copy of the order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days. For the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Counsel, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we've moved to introduce into evidence what's been marked board B1 through B8. These are the exhibits the board would like introduced today. And Mrs. Donegan has been provided a copy of those as well.
Have you had a chance to review those documents, Ms. Donegan?
I have not.
We'll allow you a few moments
Okay.
to do so.
All right. I think,
Do you have any objection to those exhibits?
no, sir.
They are admitted. We'll at this time start with opening statements. Counsel, you may begin.
Thank you. We are here today for a hearing before the board panel on the suspension and possible revocation of the nursing license of Emily Donegan. Mrs. Donegan was first licensed as a registered nurse in Mississippi on June the 16th, 2005. Been licensed as a registered nurse in the state since that time. On or about October the 8th, 2021, Mrs. Donegan took 16 Tramadols from a deceased patient, which resulted in her having a seizure. It is alleged that she violated Mississippi Code Annotated 73-15-29, 1L, and that she engaged in unprofessional conduct. Specifically, it's alleged that she misappropriated drugs, administered drugs to self, and practiced the profession while under the influence and while being impaired while on duty. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code Annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to continue suspension of Mrs. Donegan's license or to revoke her license to practice as an RN in the state.
All right, thank you. Ms. Donegan, if you have an opening statement, you may make it at this time.
I don't.
Thank you. Counsel, you may proceed.
The board calls investigator Dwayne Jamison, please. You'd state your name and current employer.
Dwayne Jamison, employed with Mississippi Board of Nursing
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
since 1991.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations that have resulted in the summary suspension and or revocation of a license?
Yes, I have.
Is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints that are received from individuals about licensees of this board?
Primarily to supervise and manage the investigation, but it is not uncommon at all for me to actually work those investigations as the need arises.
If you would turn to what has been marked Exhibit B2 and identify that document, please.
Okay, this particular document is licensure information.
And what does it state about Mrs. Donegan's license currently?
Actually, in regards to her license, is administratively inactive and it's summarily suspended.
And when does it say that she was licensed originally?
Originally licensed June 16th, 2005,
And what type of registration does she have?
registered nurse.
Please turn to B3 and identify that document as well.
B3 is Mississippi Board of Nursing license verification,
And what does it say under discipline on her license verification?
suspended.
And if you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B5. And turning to the second page, could you just tell us what that document is of B5?
This document is the order actually suspending the license of Ms. Donegan.
And what's the date of that order?
May 20th, 2022.
Okay, if you would turn to the next page and please identify that document as well.
This document is the actual complaint.
And what does it state as the basis on this complaint for seeking discipline against Mrs. Donegan's license?
In charge 1, it references misappropriated drugs, supplies, or equipment. In charge 2, it references possess, obtain, furnished, or administer drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. And in charge 3, it references practice of profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood altering substances as evidenced by any of the following: impairment while on duty, while using authorized or unauthorized medication.
And if you would, what are the facts related to these charges that are listed on the complaint?
What are the facts related? Okay, basically, it's referencing here that on or about December the 20th, 2021, the respondent admitted to diverting Norco from 2 different residents prior to the event on or about October the 8th, 2021. She also admitted to taking a card of 16 Tramadol from a deceased resident on or about October the 8th, 2021.
And after your division receives information about a complaint, what does it typically do?
Basically, when we receive the allegation, we gather the facts, and that would include records, statements from witnesses, drug screens if necessary.
And in this case, did you do that?
Yes, we
Your
did.
division did investigate the complaint?
Yes.
If you would turn with me to what's been marked as B6 and identify that document as well.
Okay, this particular document is an email statement from Ms. Emily Donegan.
If you could just summarize what this statement is from Mrs. Donegan and what date is the statement, first of all?
The date of the statement is December the 20th, 2021.
And what does she say in the statement?
Basically, Ms. Donegan admitted to diverting Norco from 2 different patients along with Tramadol, and referenced that the Tramadol was from a resident that had passed.
If you would turn to page B7 and identify that document, please.
Okay.
And what is this document?
B7 is a letter from Defining Wellness Centers, and it's a letter confirming that Ms. Donegan is under their care for inpatient treatment.
And it said that she was under their care for how long?
It states that she was admitted on November the 8th, 2021.
Right, does it say how long that she was supposed to be in treatment?
This letter does not state how long she's to be in treatment.
If you would turn to the next exhibit, Exhibit B8, identify that document, please.
B8 is the PMP, the Prescription Monitoring Program report.
And what does that detail exactly?
It basically details controlled substances that's been prescribed for Ms. Donegan.
And what is the date range for this report?
The range for this report is from July 1st, 2019 to July 1st, 2022.
And if you would, please tell us the last prescription that this shows was filled for Mrs. Donegan.
Last fill date. It's January 12th, 2021.
And I believe you testified previously that she began treatment on November the 8th of what day?
November 8th, 2021.
Okay. All right. So her last prescription on this PMP was in January of 2021. And this incident occurred in October of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then she began treatment in November of 2021.
Treatment November.
I'm sorry, December of 2021.
The treatment was November 8th, 2021.
If you would turn to page or exhibit B9 and identify that document.
This is a report from the facility.
And who submitted that report?
This report was submitted by the Director of Pediatric Services.
We turned it, this is B9. And would you identify that document, please?
Okay, B9 is a copy of the indictment. And this occurred in the state of Mississippi, County of Lee, the First Circuit District.
And who's the defendant listed on this indictment?
Defendant is Emily Donegan.
And what's the date of the indictment?
The date of the indictment. It was filed April 12th, 2022.
And what does it list the charges against Mrs. Donegan, the criminal charges? What are those listed there?
Okay, count 1, that the subject did willfully, unlawfully, feloniously acquire and obtain possession and attempt to acquire and take possession of a controlled substance, Norco, hydrocodone, by larceny, embezzlement, misappropriation, fraud, forgery, deception, and subterfuge. And then count 2, that Ms. Donegan willfully, unlawfully, feloniously acquire and obtain possession of and attempt to acquire and take possession of a controlled substance, Tramadol, a synthetic opioid, by larceny, embezzlement, misappropriation, fraud, forgery, deception, and subterfuge.
Are these indictments still pending against Mrs. Donegan?
Yes, there's no court date set yet.
Thank you. Tender the witness.
Ms. Donegan, do you have any questions for Mr. Jameson?
I do not, Mr. Jameson, thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Jameson from the board panel? You have nothing further, counsel. Mr. Jameson may be excused.
You may. Thank you.
Next witness.
I have no further witnesses.
Ms. Donegan, this is your opportunity to share with the board your position on these charges.
Yes, sir. I have been in and out of recovery for many years. I have been through a recovery nurse program, completed that, got out when I was 28 years old, and I celebrated my 40th birthday in treatment. So it's been some years between. I had some good recovery time. I love what I do. I'm a good nurse. I did go through some things, but what happened for me when I went through those things, I had experienced some loss, familial loss. I had my brother very close to me, died of cancer, and left behind 3 kids It was tough, but the thing is, I did not reach out. I didn't take advantage of what I knew would work as an addict. It didn't happen quickly, this relapse. It was kind of a progressive thing. I saw that prescription I had taken in January for Norco. It was a prescription for a tooth problem, and there was only 15. I was so proud of myself because I didn't take them all at once, but I did not reach out once again. Did not do what I knew was most important for my addiction and recovery. And it just progressed from there. I also went through a divorce. It was a really pretty bad one, a lot of drama, but I have been separated from him and with no communication for 2 years. It was still a loss though for me. So anyway, October, I worked as a RN on one of the floors of a nursing home. We would have anywhere from 25 to 30 patients for one nurse. It was tough. It was stressful to get through the COVID times. We won't go into all that. I think y'all know it was rough. I love my patients there, but my addiction was not being taken care of. My recovery was not, and eventually it led me to doing something I had never done before, which was diverting medications. I had a seizure. It scared me to death. My daughter lost her father to addiction. She's 17 now. So that really scared me to death. Like I said, it scared my parents to death. It was a wake-up call. I had decided then, I still wasn't really honest with my parents at that point, but I had decided then I needed help. I knew that I was going to be fired from work because I had not passed a drug screen for Norco. So I did know that that job was not going to be, but I just knew I was at a place with that seizure, especially the fear of being the second parent to die was real. And so I decided, I talked to my parents, I talked to my recovery pastor at work. We met at church and we decided then and there that I needed inpatient treatment. By the grace of God, I was led to a lady, Dr. Michelle Arney, who works in Louisville. She's a master's level counselor, I believe, social worker, maybe. But anyway, I was lucky enough to get to talk with her and for her to guide me a little bit as to where to go. I went to Defining Wellness on November the 8th. I was scared, of course, I knew I hadn't been to treatment for many, many years. And so I went, but something happened there. It was a wonderful, I was just blessed with a phenomenal counselor. It's a beautiful place. I was there for 90 days. I decided with my counselor and my case manager while I was there that I needed to go to sober living. I promised my daughter as well that I would do that. So it was a family decision. I decided to go to the Talbot House. I did a door-to-door. So I left treatment February the 8th. So I was there for 90 days, went straight to the Talbot House and was admitted to there the same day. That was a great experience. I was there for 2 months. I was drug tested randomly there. I had to go to 5 meetings a week. Those are the sheets that I gave you guys to show that. When I got out, it was required of me to find a sponsor while I was there. So, and I knew that that was very important as well. So I prayed about it and ran across a phenomenal person. Some of you might know her. She works with the Board of Nursing. Her name is Kim Benefield. And she is hard on me, but she's good. She has been randomly drug testing me as well. That was just something we set up for when I left treatment, sober living, I'm sorry, until now. I do not have those results, but I can get them to you. I also have been going to meetings. I do have a job, not as a nurse, as a clinical assistant at a women's treatment facility. You have to have 6 months of sobriety, and today I have 8 months and 12 days. So I'm proud of where I am. I'm tired of this, you know. I love my job. I want to continue this. I know what works and I know what doesn't work. I'm a pretty good example of that. And I think that's it. If y'all have any questions.
Ms. Hoffman, you have questions?
Issues begin.
When I was around 24 years old,
How old are you now?
40.
So for about 16 years.
Yes, ma'am.
When were you first licensed as an RN?
In August, or I think it was August or June. I passed my boards in June 5th of 2005.
So you've had addiction issues since August of for the past 16 years.
It was about a year after I started, and I'm sorry to interrupt. It was about a year after I started nursing. But I do have it in my family, so.
So you would say if you've had addiction issues for the past 16 years and you were licensed in 2005, if that takes us back to about the same time frame you started working in.
Yes, ma'am, about a year. It was.
And what was your first drug that you were addicted to?
It's Norco. It's opiates, always been opiates. I would say that's my drug of choice and what I'm most allergic to.
I know that you're currently indicted.
Yes, ma'am.
In relation to the case that we're here about today. Have you ever had any other criminal charges related to your substance abuse?
No, ma'am.
Have you had any other criminal charges at all?
No, ma'am.
So where were you getting Norco for the past 16 years?
My child's father was basically a drug dealer. He was selling them. This was years ago, though. This is before I went to treatment the first time. But mainly the addiction part in the last year was started with alcohol, drinking alcohol. Of course, the Norco issue. There is recovery. There's many years of recovery in between within these 16 years.
After you were licensed in 2005, is there any period of time that you were not working as an RN?
Well, when I was, when I first knew that I had a problem, I admitted myself to the North Mississippi Medical Center Behavioral Health Center for treatment. I did outpatient treatment then, and I reported myself to the board.
And what year was that?
That was, I want to say 2007, but I want to say it was 2007, guys. I not for certain. And I was in the recovery nurse program for like 7 years. I did have a relapse in there with some, I had bronchitis and I'd gotten some cough medicine. And unfortunately, I didn't do anything the board asked me to do. I was young and just, there's no excuse. But I was fined and re-signed for another 5-year contract. That was 2 years into it.
So from 2007 to 2014, you had an addiction issue. You were in the recovery program and you had one relapse.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about what happened in 2014.
2014. Well, there's like I said, there's some good periods of recovery. So 2014, around about, I met my would soon to be my husband. And I was out of the nursing program. I graduated the nursing program in 15. And so it might have been 8 years. But anyway, I had some great sobriety. I had a sponsor at that time. I was going to treatment. I was, going to meetings, I'm sorry, working the program. And the relationship started to decline. And within about 2 or 3 years, I was drinking and taking Adderall as well from a prescription. Once I left my husband, though, things got a lot better.
When did you leave your husband?
It would be early
2020.
Yes, January of 2020.
So it's fair to say that you have a history of addiction that dates back to about 2006 or 7. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am, that's fair to say. Yes, ma'am.
You've gone through several treatment programs, but you've also relapsed several times. Is that correct too?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, I have.
Tell me about the circumstances of what happened on October the 8th, 2021.
Basically, it's pretty cut and dry. I was, we were super stressed, at work. We were low, people were still getting COVID. And so we were low staffed. I was on D Hall, and I just decided that, days before, I think it was the 6th or 7th, I decided I was gonna take those medications. And then the Tramadol, this patient had passed some weeks earlier and we still had it on our cart. And I decided I was going to take that too on the 8th. And due to that, I took those 14 pills. Due to that, I had a seizure, a massive seizure. Grand mal seizure, scared everybody to death.
The Norco that you diverted from patients, those patients were not deceased. Is that correct?
No, ma'am, they were not.
So they did not receive the Norco that they were prescribed?
They did, but not as like, I would take some and they would get some. So it wasn't like I took the whole thing.
So, and I'm sorry, I'm not in the
That's
medical
okay.
field, but is Norco a pill?
Yes, ma'am.
So would you just cut the pill?
No, ma'am. Like if they asked for one in the morning, then 4 hours later, I would write that I would give them another one, but they wouldn't get one. It would be
But you would indicate in their records that you had given Norco twice that day?
Yes, ma'am.
So they did not get medication that they were prescribed.
There were times, yes, ma'am.
And did this occur more times than just a couple of times prior to October the 8th?
There were probably, in some cases, patients would get 60 pills in punch out packs. And there was the 2 days before the 8th, I took a pack of 30.
And prior to that, did you divert Norco prior
No.
to taking the 30 pack?
No, ma'am.
And what did you do with the 30 Norco tablets?
Those were taken over a span of 2 days.
What medications are you currently on?
I'm on Wellbutrin, Cymbalta, Voltaren, which is an anti-inflammatory for my knee, and Remeron for sleep.
You mentioned previously that you had a history of some alcohol abuse as well. What time frame?
In the
I know
lab.
you mentioned 2018, but has that been something that's been ongoing as well?
No, ma'am. I would say that is majority in the last year of 2021.
What happened when you had your seizure that day after taking 16 Tramadol?
I woke up, they were putting me on a stretcher, and I didn't, I think, there's a state, post-ictal state where you're confused. And so I was confused, and I was arguing with them like I didn't have a seizure, but clearly I'd had a seizure. So I went to they called my father. My father met me there. I went to the ER. They admitted me overnight. They did an MRI and an EEG. Of course, those were normal. I was discharged the next day. That day, my boss called me and said that there were medications missing. And so, of course, not of course, but I did refuse to tell her at that time. I did not tell her that I had taken them. She wanted me to take a drug screen, and I told her I would, and I did. I did not pass, and it was for Norco. I went home, fired from my job, I think about a week later. And that's when I started, reality was really just kind of piling up. And I knew that I needed to get help.
In January of 2021, I believe you testified that the hydrocodone prescription you had, or the Norco prescription you had, was for a dental procedure. And you were
Yes.
given 15.
Mm-hmm.
If you knew you had a history of Norco addiction, why did you take those? Is this what sent you back down the path based on your testimony? Let me ask it a different way. Is
No.
that what sent you back down your most recent relapse?
Yes, ma'am. I think it was a slow progression. Like I said, I'd stopped. I wasn't taking advantage of what I knew would work in a case of, they use it in the terms of like a dry drunk. So you're not necessarily using, but you're headed down that path. So I can say that in that area, due to some of the loss and things that I had experienced, I had quit reaching out.
And at any point, did you tell your provider, your dentist, that you have a history of addiction with Norco and ask if he could prescribe something different or recommend a different type of pain medication?
I did not.
That's all the questions I have.
Any questions from the board panel?
But you said that you was been in the recovery program before 2007. And you're familiar, this is, like you said, this is not your first rodeo. Not the first time you've done this. And you know the steps and you know to get a sponsor and to reach out for help. Why didn't you reach out for help when you saw yourself sliding?
And that is a question I wish I could answer today. That is something that I identified in treatment as an issue, you know. I wish I had an answer for you because like I said, I know what works. Some of the happier times of my life were when I was in the recovery nurse program, if I'm going to be honest with you. It was hard, very hard, but it was, you know, it was what I needed. And it just, I wish I had an answer for you. But that is something that I will be a personal goal of mine to figure out.
What about this next time? What's going to make any difference?
Well, I have, like I said, I have, 8 months and 12 days. I have a sponsor. I work very closely with her. I'm on step 4. I've never worked the steps before this. I had started at one point long ago, but I never took it serious back then, I think. So when they asked me when I was admitted to the Defining Wellness Centers, what do you need to do different? And I literally I said everything. I mean, from here on, everything. The way I view things, the way I, tend to give up too soon, and just to keep working it, because realistically, bad things are going to happen to you. So I can't use that as an excuse anymore, because sobriety does not guarantee you a happy, life after that. So you have to learn how to deal with that stuff. And right here, right now, I'm tired of that. I'm tired of putting myself into these predicaments. It's exhausting. Being here and being in this room makes me appreciate my license more than I've ever appreciated my license. I'm able to practice because of you guys. And I realize that. I would love an opportunity to continue to practice, but I would love to continue to practice and be in recovery and show you guys that I can do this. I'm glad you, yes, ma'am. I'm glad you brought that up. My lawyer is Lori Basham out of Fulton. And we just signed due to me not having any previous trouble with the law, I was able to sign a pretrial diversion application and send in the money. She thinks that I would start on this within 3 weeks. So I'll have that. I will not be convicted. because I will finish that. And I can get whatever you guys need for that to prove that.
First of all, congratulations on your sobriety.
Thank you.
8 months and 12 days. I applaud you.
Thank you.
Have you had a psychological and a chemical evaluation?
I have. We had a psychiatrist that was there, so they would have that. Yes, ma'am.
Why did you not disclose to the dentist in January that you were
That I wish I had. I think like I said, my addiction had started to rear its head from circumstances. So that day when it was written, I think I made an excuse because I had a problem that it was okay. Clearly it wasn't.
On October 8th, that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you take 16 pills?
I've been a nurse for 17 years and I know what Tramadol can do to you. The only real answer I can give is that addiction is cunning, baffling, and powerful. And I had no control at that point. I had the control, some time back for that first use, but it had taken, hold of my decision making. No nurse in their right mind would, ever do that. And so that was a real wake up call for me.
Was it a cry for help? Was it your cry for help?
It might have
Receiving
been.
that, or were you just done?
After that, I dare to say that these consequences that have happened, these charges and these things they're scary. I think I needed those. I think I needed to come in here today.
And I apologize for all the why questions.
That's okay.
We're taught in nursing never say why, right?
Yes,
It's not
ma'am.
therapeutic, but we have to,
Yes, ma'am.
in this instance.
I understand.
Ask these questions. And I guess the other probing question I have is, why have you never worked with pets? You've been through all of the treatment and you've done all of the things, but to disclose that you've never worked the steps, why?
I've attempted, and I think that it's something, step one is powerlessness, identifying powerlessness. And I don't ever think that up until now, I've truly admitted that I was powerless over this addiction. I really this is clear that I have no control over it. Yes, ma'am.
What do you, reversed, what would you see? What would you want us to do? What are you looking for?
I want a chance to I want to honestly, just in black and white, I want to be in the recovery nurse program again. I want a chance to really continue this journey I've started here recently. Through all of this, y'all, I've been completely honest, and that's another thing that I've never been real good at is admitting defeat and reaching for help. And my parents are very supportive, and they love me. My daughter, I was honest with her too. That was tough. When she was 3 when I went to treatment. So anyway, things are different. Honesty. But your question, what would I do if the roles were reversed? I would hope that you would see the fire in me to change and to give me that opportunity to show you guys. The Recovery Nurse program is not easy because I've been through it. And I want to be back where I was when I was in there.
Mr. Wiggins, I have a question.
We'll need to hold that question, please. Anything further from you guys? Counsel, any follow-up? Counsel, you can go ahead with your close.
Mississippi Code annotated 7315-29-1L provides the board has the power to suspend or revoke the license of a registered nurse for unprofessional conduct. Ms. Donegan admitted to not only taking the card of 16 Tramadol from a deceased patient that resulted in her seizure on October the 8th, 2021, but she additionally admitted to having diverted narcotics, specifically Norco, from 2 previous patients, including a 30-pack of Norco that she took just 2 days before the Tramadol. She admits to a history of struggling with addiction, a history of 16 to 17 years of struggling with addiction. She has sought out treatment, but she has had several relapses, and she's currently entered into a pretrial diversion agreement with the Lee County Circuit Court for obtaining controlled substances by fraud. Respectfully, we would request this board panel take appropriate measures against Mrs. Donegan's license to practice nursing in the state in order to safeguard the health and welfare of patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Donegan, if you have a closing statement, you can make it at this time.
I don't. I think I've said what I'm going to say.
Your Honor, I do have one additional item. I believe you were going to introduce these exhibits today as R1.
Yeah.
Does the board have copies of these? I failed to mention that at the beginning, so I wanted to make sure that that was admitted into evidence as well.
They're included on your exhibit.
Thank you.
Now, I see there are a couple of other matters still on the docket. Are those present?
Mr. Jones, I believe, is not here currently, and then Mr. Hawkins is present.
do now is have a hearing on Mr. Hawkins, and we will deliberate on these two matters for executive session. So at this time, Ms. Donovan, just take a seat in the
Yes, sir.
gallery. And, I'll come back, come up. License number R853028 NP. Ants Hawkins.
Correct.
Okay, at this time, does the counsel for the state have any witnesses? You have any witnesses?
No, sir.
Oh, I asked that the court reporter swear in Mr. Hawkins, please.
You solemnly swear.
Mr. Hawkins, you're here today not represented by counsel, is that correct?
Correct.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel? You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
You also understand that you have the right to question any witnesses put forward by the state?
Yes, sir.
You further understand that you have the right to have subpoenas issued on your behalf by the board? And you are prepared to go forward with this matter today?
Yes.
We will begin with opening statements. We will hear presentations by both sides. Then we will have closing statements. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law. Will render its decision in this matter, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of this hearing. There is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Council, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would move to admit B1 through B8 into evidence as exhibits.
Have you had an opportunity to review those, Ms. Hawkins?
If it's what I sent in to y'all, I have.
Do you have any objection to those exhibits?
No, sir.
They are admitted. At this time, we'll begin with opening statements. Council.
On June 21st, 2018, Mr. Hawkins' CRNA license was reinstated with restrictions as the April 6, 2018 final order of this board. In that final order, the board stated that Mr. Hawkins would be eligible to petition this board in writing for termination of his probation and full reinstatement of his license without stipulations or restrictions after he successfully completed a 48-month period of compliance. Today, Mr. Hawkins is petitioning this board panel to remove these restrictions and stipulations previously placed on his license. And the burden of proof is on Mr. Hawkins to show both compliance with the board and to show any and all evidence as to why those restrictions and stipulations should be removed now as a condition of his licensure. Thank you.
Mr. Hawkins, you can make your opening statement at this time.
I feel like I've completed the order that the board has set forth for me, and it has been a little over 48 months since I have been employed, which was one of the stipulations of the contract. And I'm just here to petition the board to have it removed, my restrictions removed.
All right. Since this is your petition, Mr. Hawkins, you can share with the board why you feel you should be reinstated.
Sure. I have 6 years of sobriety. Mostly documented, but the last time I was in front of the board, I had a year and a half or close to 2 years of documented sobriety. I have 4 years of drug tests, drug screens, all negative. I have, my last drug screen was June 30th of this past month. It was negative. I'm not quite sure how many drug screens there are, but there's a bunch of them. I had a evaluation done by Miss Thomas of Hattiesburg, and I completed all of her recommendations after that evaluation. It was continued drug screens, 12-step meetings 2 to 3 times weekly, continue my therapy with my counselor, which I have a letter from her. I don't know if y'all had I got that to you before I got here. I'm more than happy to show you. Continue medical management. Done that under a Dr. Ben Seal here in town. Let's see. Letter from Dr. Seal. Letter from Ms. Thomas. I have my letter from my employer, one of the partners is Dr. Todd Verseg. I believe y'all have most of that. I don't have this from my counselor. I kind of got it a little late, but I'm happy to share it or read it to you. And that was part of the recommendation of Ms. Thomas to continue that. I believe I've fulfilled all the requirements for the board. I feel like I've kept up with everything I was supposed to do from month to month or quarter to quarter. I sent everything into Miss Hance, I think. I can't remember her last name right now.
Martin.
I noticed their name changed in our emails at one point. I can.
Ms. Hoffman, any questions for Mr. Hawkins?
Just a couple. Where are you currently employed?
Jackson Anesthesia Associates.
How long have you been employed there?
Just over 4 years.
And how long have you been a CRNA in Mississippi?
Well, I left Mississippi for about 5 years. If you want, like my total time as a CRNA.
Just total time as a CRNA.
23 years.
If you don't mind, what was the original basis for the board's actions in 2018? What were the underlying reasons?
Alcoholism.
And are you better today?
I think so.
And are you still attending AA meetings? You testified, Dr. Seal, that you had seen Dr. Seal. Is there any other counseling or treatment that you're currently undergoing?
Yes, I'm seeing Tilly Rosen as a counselor.
Right.
Dr. Seal is my medical doctor. I see him every 6 months. Miss Thomas was the board recommended evaluation person in Hattiesburg that I went to see, and she had recommended continue counseling with current therapist Tilly Rosen. The frequency of therapy needs to be determined by this provider. If I can read the letter she wrote.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see. This is from Tilly, Ms. Rosen. Mr. Hawkins self-referred for psychotherapy in February of 2018. He has attended regular therapy sessions since that time. He has demonstrated a willingness to accept responsibility for self and importance of rigorous self-care. He has a very high level of motivation and has an increased level of self-awareness and insight. I have no reservations in recommending that Mr. Hawkins' license be reinstated. Feel free to contact me if you need further information.
Will you continue, even if these restrictions are lifted, to attend AA meetings?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a choice that you're going to make for a lifetime or for a period of time?
From what I understand, it's a progressive chronic illness, so I'm thinking a lifetime, or yes, a lifetime.
I have no further questions.
Any questions from the board panel for Mr. Hawkins?
I congratulate you as well on your sobriety. I know on August 12th of 2021, you had a prescription for hydrocodone filled. It is a single prescription. I don't see any more, but is
Yes.
that a problem?
No, I've never had a problem. I'm pure alcohol.
Describe your support system for me, please.
I have a great sponsor. I have a step sponsor that loves to tell me what to do. AA as a whole. I'm not married. I have a longtime girlfriend that's very supportive. Actually, and I have quite a few coworkers that are very helpful that are in the program.
In the program as well. Okay, that was my next question. What's your support system at work look like?
I have at least 4 recovering people with me, my particular job. So it's very good.
Okay. Your precepting physician, that relationship intact and healthy?
I don't have one particular position because the structure of our job,
Sure.
but yes, they've all been very good to me. Jackson Anesthesia Associates. I mostly work at Baptist.
When's your sobriety date?
July 4th, 2016.
Independence Day.
So you have met all the stipulations of their prior order?
I'm sorry, sir.
You have met all the stipulations of their prior?
I believe so.
Anything further from the board panel? Any follow up, Ms. Austin?
No, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Today, in deciding whether to lift the restrictions on Mr. Hawkins' license, I would respectfully request the board panel consider the following factors: the severity of the actions that resulted in the restrictions, his conduct prior to the restrictions being implemented, his subsequent compliance with the reinstatement requirements, his compliance with board orders. And I'd lastly ask that you consider his rehabilitative efforts, his competency to practice nursing, and his ability to safely do so. Thank you.
Mr. Hawkins, if you have a closing statement, you can make it at this time.
I just want to thank the board for their time and effort. Thank you for the consideration.
All right, thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion for the board to enter closed determination as to whether executive session is necessary for deliberation on these two matters.
I make a motion that we go into closed determination session to determine if executive session is needed.
Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on license number R 872-178 and license number R 853-028 CRNA.
Make a motion to go into executive session for deliberations regarding the stated license numbers.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board will now exit to executive session for deliberation on these two matters. We'll return shortly with those decisions. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on the record. I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I make a motion that the board panel goes back into regular session.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R 872178, the board panel renders the following. The license is revoked with drug-related recommendations to include present and future employer notification, evaluation for chemical dependency, substance abuse, psychiatric, psychological evaluation, educational courses to include substance abuse. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of this hearing. The licensee will be eligible to petition for reinstatement 1 year from the date that the executive director signs off and forwards the final order to the licensee. Are there any questions? Thank you. You may be excused. Following deliberation on license number R 853028 CRNA, the board panel renders the following. The license is reinstated. A copy of this order will be forwarded within 30 to 45 days of the hearing. Are there any questions? Thank you. You may be excused. All right. At this time, the board panel will break for a recess for lunch rather. We will return. We will return at 1:30. We do have one more item on the docket. Thank you.
Jeremy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
When I say for everybody, okay. Sure.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record. The next matter before the board panel, license number R 858-268. The licensee is not present. Council, what should we hear?
But first of all, as a preliminary matter, Your Honor, I'd like to move to introduce exhibits B1 through B10.
Okay. 10, we got B through B8 on here. Is it 10?
It should be 10.
Yeah.
Andrew and Mr. Should be 9 and 10.
It's just 8.
B9, he's going to bring copies. It's a drug screen from Tennessee. And B10 is the statement he made to the Tennessee Board of Nursing. While we wait for those, could I proceed with just a short opening statement?
Sure.
We're here today for a hearing before the board panel on the suspension and possible revocation of the nursing license for Jay Jones. Mr. Jones is not present today, and this board has heard nothing from him, asking that this matter be continued or excusing him from attendance. He was first licensed as a registered nurse in Mississippi on June the 25th, 1998, and has been licensed as a registered nurse in the state since that time. Between August of 2020 and October of 2020, Mr. Jones did contract work as an RN at TriStar Skyline Medical Center in Nashville, Tennessee, utilizing his multi-state privilege afforded to him by his Mississippi nursing license. It is alleged that he violated 73-15-29-1D in that he was voluntarily surrendered his license to practice as a registered nurse in Tennessee and was placed under disciplinary consent order in that state. In January of 2022, the Tennessee Board of Nursing entered a consent order with Mr. Jones, wherein he consented to testing positive to an employer-ordered drug screen. He likewise consented to being guilty of unprofessional conduct, including failure to maintain patient records, making false entries for patient records. He admitted to unauthorized use or removal of narcotics, use of dangerous drugs while on duty in a healthcare facility. He admitted to being under the influence and engaging in acts of dishonesty related to the practice of nursing. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D, this board has the power to revoke the license of Mr. Jones. As was stated previously, Mr. Jones is not present today. I would like to call Investigator Wiley to introduce the certified mail receipt showing that he received notice of today's hearing.
Could I ask that Mr. Wiley be sworn in, please?
You solemnly swear that the testimony you give will be the whole truth and
Yes.
Thank you.
If you state your name and current place of employment, please.
My name is Floyd Wiley. I work at the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
almost 10 years.
And what is your position?
Advanced practice investigator, and I'm the bailiff on hearing days.
Is Mr. Jones present today?
No, he is not.
And how do you know that he's not present?
I went to the front of the building, called his name 5 times for no response. Excuse me. Went to the back of the building, called his name 5 times for no response. I checked the respondent sign-in log. He has not signed in. I checked the visitor's log. He has not signed in. And I also checked the computer monitor to see if he is a participant on the Zoom, and he is not a participant on the Zoom meeting.
If you would turn to what's been marked B5 and identify B5 and identify that document, please.
B5 is a notice of today's hearing complaint.
If you would you flip over a couple of pages and tell us whether or not he received notice of today's hearing?
Yes, he did.
And on what date did he receive notice of today's hearing?
July the 11th, 2022 at 10:51 a.m.
Because Mr. Jones is properly noticed of today's hearing and has inexplicably failed to show today, we'd request that the board be allowed to rest on the file and the exhibits that have been admitted. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. We still need to see about getting those exhibits admitted.
Yes. He will bring them 9 and 10.
Okay. So the exhibits are exhibits B1 through B10. And they are admitted onto the record. Do you have anything further, counsel?
Your Honor.
All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion for the board to go into closed determination as to whether executive session is necessary on this matter.
Motion during the closed determination to determine if executive session is needed.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. I entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on license number R858268.
Make a motion, we go into executive session for deliberation regarding the stated license number.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board is now exiting to executive session for deliberation on this matter and will return shortly with a decision. All right, thank you. We are back on the record. We'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I make a motion, the board panel goes back into regular session.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number 858-268, the board panel renders the following. The license is revoked. A copy of this order will be submitted to the licensee within 30 to 45 days. Are there any questions, council? Anything further before the board panel this afternoon?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That will conclude the board panel business for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.